1.
Good evening. Welcome to the January 27th Northampton School Committee meeting. I am Mayor Gina Louis-Shara. I'm the school committee chair. This meeting is being held remotely on Zoom pursuant to the modification of the state's open meeting law for the COVID-19 pandemic. And this meeting and all participating on Zoom will be audio and video recorded. I will begin by asking the clerk to please call the roll of the school committee.
Mayor Sciarra.
Here, present.
Member Robbins. Member Robbins, I know I saw you, but I think you're muted. Oh, so you're here. Member Gazy.
I'm here.
Member Seraphy Cox just sent a message that she's on her way. She'll be here soon. Member Stein. You're here. I see you. Member Levy.
Present.
Thank you. Member Miller. No, I believe I've seen you, Member Miller.
Oh, present.
Okay, thank you. Member Goldman.
Present.
Member Agna.
Present.
Member Davis.
Present.
And Member Seraphy Cox, I think, just joined.
I did, yes.
And you are present.
Thank you.
Okay, Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Excellent, thank you. We're beginning this meeting with an executive session, and we will adjourn the executive session and come back into an open public meeting. Does somebody want to?
I think maybe the first thing we need to do is have Karen put us in get ready for the breakout room before we do that.
Do we need to request to enter first?
Oh, I guess we do. I'm sorry. Apologies.
No, okay.
I would make a motion to enter executive session under Massachusetts General Law, Open Meeting, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body, and the chair so declares.
Second.
Roll call on entering executive session.
Member Robbins.
Yeah.
Member Gazy.
Yes. Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
And Mayor Sciarra.
Yes. Okay, so we're now going into executive session. Again, we will adjourn and come back into an open public meeting. So what's the how do we do this?
Right now, Karen is putting us into a breakout room. So give her
Oh.
a minute, and as soon as you get the notice, press the
Okay.
button.
Got it. Thank you, Karen.
And so when we come back from our executive session, we'll be continuing with the rest of the agenda, I assume.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, Annie, are you ready for me to send everybody?
I am, if you are.
Okay. Send everyone now.
Erin, I think I missed my join opportunity.
Okay. No worries.
Breakout room at the bottom. Join. Got it.
Should be all set.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
In the meeting, we're going to continue on with our agenda. Apologies that we are a bit later than we had hoped would be. And we are going to move to public comment. If you wish to make a public comment, please use the raise hand feature in the bottom menu bar under reactions. If you're having trouble raising your hand, you can use the chat feature, but that's the only reason we're going to use chat. Before you begin, please state your name and your city or town for the public record, and I will set a 3-minute timer for anyone, for everyone, because so everyone can have an equal opportunity to speak to us. I am looking for hands, and I do not see any hands or any one trying to contact me about public comment. So seeing no public comment, we will move to announcements. Member Levy.
Thanks. I just want to let folks know I received some information about educational opportunity that might be of interest to folks. The Minnesota School Board and Connect Education Group are presenting a series of workshops for school committee members. The 3 different workshops. They're ensuring student success, engaging in the self-work needed to be a champion. Number 2 is data and policy development, closing the gap. And number 3 is creating community connections, cultivating a culturally responsive education system. These are happening in the next month and a half or so. If anybody's interested, I can share the links with Annie and she can share with the rest of the school committee. I believe, well, I was gonna say, I believe they're free. I have actually no idea.
Okay, thank you. Member Stein.
Yeah, I just wanted to recognize that today was International Remembrance Day for the Holocaust. And given sort of what we faced in our community, I wanted to note it and just quickly share a sentiment I saw from Jewish Voices for Peace about this, which is, on this Holocaust Remembrance Day, we mourn the Jewish, Romani, disabled, and queer people murdered in the Nazi genocides. We draw inspiration from their resistance as we fight anti-Semitism, fascism, xenophobia, ableism, and homophobia in our own era. Thanks.
Thank you for that remembrance. Member Goldman.
Thank you. I just wanted to let all committee members know that charting the course is a requirement of our position that is hosted by the MASC. And if you go to their website, you'll see that there's a session in Everett, and then also there's a 2-part series to complete the entire course in March, on 2 consecutive Saturday mornings in March. So all that being said, I just encourage everyone to sign up for charting the course. Keep an eye on that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I think we are still trying to potentially, Dr. Provost, you go ahead.
I'm working with the executive director of the Collaborative for Educational Services to try to provide a charting the course session in Northampton too. So when I hear information about that, I'll certainly share it with the committee.
Thank you. If there are no other announcements, I would just like to quickly announce the subcommittee and other liaison and special assignments for the school committee. And I believe this is also available on the website. Is that right? I'm looking for a nod from someone, but Annie?
Not yet. Tomorrow. Tomorrow
it will be. So on budget and property are members Goldman, Agna, and Stein. On rules and policy, members Seraphy Cox, Gazy, and Robbins. Superintendent evaluation, members Levy, Miller, and Davis. On negotiating subcommittee are members Seraphy Cox, Davis, and Gazy. And on the new curriculum subcommittee, members Levy, Robbins, and Agna. And capital improvements representative is member Davis. The Collaborative for Educational Services representative is member Robbins. The Health Advisory Committee representative is member Goldman. The legislative liaison is member Levy. The Northampton Education Foundation liaison is member Agna. The Northampton Open Media representative is Member Stein. The Northampton Prevention Coalition representative is Member Miller. The parliamentarian is Member Seraphy Cox. And the Special Education Parent Advisory Council liaison is Member Gazy. And the bill warrant authorizers is Member Agna with Member Goldman as a substitute. So thank you all very much for fulfilling those positions. Any other announcements? I don't see any. So we are going to move down to new business on our agenda. And the first item is I'm looking for a motion to approve the school committee calendar, which includes the amendment of the time, a time change to 6:30 p.m. for full meetings and 6 p.m. for those beginning with a student advisory committee meeting, and the removal of the quarterly student success meetings because they are now redundant with the curriculum subcommittee. And if there are any other things to point out, please, Dr. Provost, let me know. But is there a motion to approve the school committee calendar?
I move that we approve the school committee calendar.
Motion's made by Member Agna and seconded by
Second.
Member Robbins. Any discussion on the calendar? Seeing none, roll call, please, Annie.
Member Miller. I didn't hear you, but I see you. Member Miller?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Sciarra.
Yes.
Member Robbins.
Yes.
Member Gazy.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
And Member Levy.
Yes.
Okay, that's been approved. Moving on to B. As this wasn't postponed to a date certain or referred to elsewhere, it's appearing again on the agenda for action as something deferred must be addressed at the next meeting. So is there a motion to approve the school committee norms or do something with them? Looking for a motion.
It was my understanding from the last conversation that we were interested in having the school committee norms be on a future retreat. So I guess that would be the motion, is to refer the school committee norms to the next school committee retreat.
I second.
Okay, motion's made and seconded. Can I just, and how does that get scheduled?
The same way that regular school committee meetings do. Last year or last term, the vice chair was unofficial or maybe officially in charge of putting together the school committee retreats and scheduling them, like doodle polls and that sort of thing.
Great. I will take that on. Thank you.
Great. Member Gazy?
Would that mean that we would just keep the current norms until then? Do we need to say something like that, or?
They have not been, I'm correct that they were not voted on at the last meeting, right?
Right. They were not voted on at the last meeting, but they are not like the rules of procedure where they have to be re-upped every term.
Right. Does that answer your question, Member Gazy?
I guess so.
Okay. Okay, so any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Sciarra.
Yes.
Member Robbins.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I also skipped Member Gazy.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
and Member Miller.
Yes.
Okay, moving on to item C. This is discussion and possible vote to reconsider the role of the school committee in health-related decisions. This is on the recommendation of Member Stein. Member Stein, do you have a motion to put it on the floor?
Yeah, before I put it on the floor, I'd just like to give a brief sort of preamble to situate why it's on the floor and why I suggested it for the agenda. Is that okay?
I guess so. I think we had discussed that we prefer to have a motion to then have a discussion.
Sure.
Sure,
yeah. I'll make a motion to put it on the floor.
So a motion to reconsider the role.
Yeah, a motion to reconsider the role of the school committee in health-related policy decisions. And yeah, making the motion to have the discussion of that item.
Okay, and I'm looking for a second.
I second it.
Seconded by Member Agna. Okay, go ahead, Member Stein.
Thanks. Bear with me for one moment. I want to first thank the committee for voting a few weeks ago to have another meeting this month so that this issue and some of the other important items we've been working on could be addressed. When I first requested this to be on the agenda in early December, I did not foresee the crisis the Omicron variant would bring upon us. It's amazing that nearly 2 years into the pandemic, we've been experiencing record case counts in our communities, in our schools, and in our hospitals. Thankfully, we have vaccines, effective treatments, and more experience treating patients, but the virus is reminding us that we may have a long way to go before we can embrace a new normal. It's also sadly true that at nearly every level, not enough was done to have the necessary testing, high quality masks, and other mitigation strategies necessary to curb the spread. We saw it at the district level with DESI's poor planning and last minute attempt to provide masks of questionable quality and take home tests in the hours before school was set to resume from winter recess. It's no secret that school committees across the country have been consumed with COVID policymaking decisions, from remote and hybrid learning to masking to labor negotiations to layers of mitigation measures and interpreting evolving guidelines from local, state, and federal entities. This extraordinary situation school committees found themselves in, especially in the first year of the pandemic, was really overwhelming and stressful. Under this strain, and about halfway through their term, the previous school committee decided to delegate their responsibility for making COVID policy decisions to the superintendent and SHAC, which I believe is the Student Health Advisory Committee, a group that emerged from joint labor management conversations. With 7 new committee members this session, I think it's appropriate for us to decide this question ourselves and to determine if we want to resume our responsibility for policymaking or continue as the previous committee left it. I fully appreciate how tense this issue has become for school committees across the country. Closer to home, 2 members from Belchertown faced recall elections on Monday simply for having voted in favor of a failed resolution requiring vaccines for high school student athletes. As you may know, the recall failed in a landslide, and at least in this case, the citizens of Belchertown were not persuaded that an elected official should face recall for a single issue position. I mention this because I do think there's some fear among many serving in office at this moment that fulfilling your obligation may put you in the crosshairs of various constituents. And while I certainly feel that this is a very real pressure, I'm also more fearful that in bowing to it, we do more damage to the institutions and constituents we serve and abdicate important responsibilities. My belief is that the school committees are elected to set policy for their districts, and that delegating this responsibility is a clear abdication of our duty. I think that the public deliberation of the school committee is vital to these issues because it provides transparency to our constituents, allows for public engagement, and lays bare the various interests, arguments, and assumptions that are all being balanced by districts all over this country as they make COVID policy decisions. To my knowledge, we're the only district in the Commonwealth that has delegated this responsibility. And while setting new trends can be a good thing, in this case, it's only led to confusion, a lack of transparency, and idiosyncratic process. I've spoken with a number of superintendents from neighboring districts and found no example of another school committee relinquishing responsibility as Northampton has. Importantly, there are differences about what committees and superintendents consider day-to-day operations versus policies. And in smaller districts, who might be empowered on certain issues may differ from larger ones. But I found no wholesale delegation of this policymaking responsibility by any other district. As a member of this committee, I currently have no insight into the COVID policymaking deliberations of the Northampton Public Schools. As a result, I'm unable to advocate for my constituents or respond to their questions. Our district will face many questions around COVID policy in the months and hopefully not years ahead. For example, I believe policy decisions about whether or not to seek a waiver to drop our mask mandate if we hit 80% vaccinated are exactly the type of policy questions the school committee is responsible for making, and more importantly, facilitating transparency and public engagement for the community. I'm not advocating, nor does the motion as written empower the school committee to weigh in or approve all operational day-to-day decisions. I'm simply asking that we take back the responsibility that the previous committee abdicated and rejoin the ranks of school committees across the Commonwealth. Before I relinquish the floor and hear my colleagues' thoughts, I want to address one argument against this position that I heard a number of times from the previous school committee. It goes something like this: we do not have the expertise to make these decisions, so we shouldn't make them. While it's true that not all members are epidemiologists, public health experts, aerosol engineers, etc., they need not be. Our role is not to be experts in the things that come before us. It's to weigh the opinions of experts, our constituents, the superintendent, and what we see to be in the best interest of the children of NPS. If expertise is the standard we embrace, we must delegate nearly all of our policymaking responsibilities. The 10 of us are not experts in evaluating superintendents. We're not experts in municipal budgeting. We're not experts in setting policies for a school district, but we are elected members of a deliberative body, and as such, it's our responsibility to make policy decisions, including, and perhaps right now, importantly around COVID. With that, I relinquish the floor.
Would someone like to comment? Don't see any comments. Member Levy.
Member Stein, I'm curious what your recommendation would be, specifically around the role of the shack. Is that what we're calling it? Shack. Do you see them as an advisory to us, or what role would you see public health experts playing?
Should I just respond?
You may. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if you wanted to recognize me. I intentionally left that question out of this resolution, not because I don't think it's an important one, but because I think it's sort of a secondary question to this larger decision. And SHAC, as it's conceived now, doesn't have a school committee member on it. We don't have any sort of access to it. It's something that could theoretically live on independently, advising the superintendent on day-to-day operations, or we could ask that it play some role if the committee does decide that they again want to have some sort of role in policymaking. So I left it out because I think there's a number of ways it could look, and I wanted to sort of separate it from that question, but I'm obviously happy to entertain friendly amendments with good ideas about how it might be integrated.
I appreciate that. For me, it's actually quite central to this question because I am somebody who firmly believes that science should be driving the decisions that are made at the district based on around COVID, and that there are people in our community who are regularly updated regarding the science, regarding what protocols are necessary, what mitigation strategies. And I have watched institutions spend countless hours and had their senior leaders tied up for months trying to figure out approaches to COVID, and were unable to actually move critical work forward as a result. And so I think if I were to consider the school committee making decisions around COVID, given there are experts in our community around public health and science, I would want them to play a critical role.
I mean, I should just say, I think my assumption is that happens, just like with the budget committee, just like with the policy committee. We are, relying on expertise, relying on district expertise to advise us on these things, whether it's the accountants, whether, like that is like a part and parcel of our thing. And I would also just say that science drives it, but science is only one consideration. So one can imagine one of the conversations I had with the superintendent earlier today, the way in which they described the district grappling with the decision about whether or not to embrace the new DESI test program is one about science, but it's also one about choosing a number of things and balancing a number of things at once. What do we know about how the test and stay program is working? What do we think will happen if we take these new tests on? What do we think about our current capacity and participation in testing? And then what staff availability do we have to do contact tracing, given the fact we're entirely overwhelmed? So they're balancing a number of factors that are not just about the science of mitigation, but about what's operationally possible at the district level, and given a horrible situation, what the best thing is to choose. And those sort of things that are balanced at a policy level are exactly the type of things that school committees weigh when they do this. It's not, the science will not set us free. And I think that was a mistake that the previous committee made, quite frankly. It's central, but there's no, there's never going to be a clear answer in this. There's going to be a lot of things to be weighed and considered. And we need experts to help us with that. And Shaq could certainly play a role in doing that. But at the end of the day, these are policy decisions, and they're largely political decisions. Yeah, I
appreciate that. I'm not meaning to suggest that there aren't pieces to be balanced. I will say my experience in the last term, where we asked the public health experts from the community to come in and answer our questions as we were trying to wrestle with and balance those decisions. I distinctly remember asking one question, and the response was, "Yeah, I'm sure glad I'm not making this decision." So the fact that that guidance would be a part of this is not necessarily a given.
Member Goldman.
Thank you. My main concern with this motion, much like last month with the curriculum motion, is that I'm undoing something that's working for the possibility of something else that might address some of the issues with the thing that's working. So I'm looking for something really concrete about how, if we're not doing this, then what is it that we're going to do? What am I choosing? And I don't want us to be in this sort of limbo space. My other concern with this is that the pandemic and COVID is such a very specific issue. And this committee, or just the way this has already shown to be the case for us, is that we're not as fast moving and agile as I would like us to be able to meet the crisis of the pandemic. There are way too many factors. There's too many of us talking about things we don't know what we're talking about, asking a lot of questions, a lot of angles. I really appreciate the dedication and passion of the members on the Superintendent's Health Advisory Group, or SHAC committee, council, to make those recommendations. They are a part of the committee. I know they have the exact same concerns that we have. I don't want to be making those decisions for my children. I don't want my husband making those decisions. I don't want any of you making those decisions. And we keep we have this very valuable position where we actually completely can come forward if we're taking issue. And I'm sure many of us have come forward and be in touch with John about any issues we have about the decisions they're making. But I think because of the frequency they're meeting, because of the consistency of these meetings, I really don't support upending the ship. Thank you.
Member Miller?
My question is, as a novice, I don't know who is on the shack, and I don't know what kind of consultation they've already been providing. And before I vote to abdicate the value of their input, or them to, deciding things with the superintendent, I would like to know a little bit more about who is on that committee, what kind of health advisory are we getting, and from whom, before I turn this all around.
Dr. Provost, would you like to?
Sure. In addition to myself, the Superintendent's Health Advisory Committee includes the health director for the city of Northampton, the public health nurse for the city of Northampton, the director of health, safety, and equity programs for Northampton, which in other districts is comparable to a nurse supervisor position. It has a nurse from one of our schools. It has a teacher from one of our schools and an ESP from one of our schools. And we meet every Wednesday at 2:30.
Can I ask another question?
Still have the floor. Go ahead.
I guess what I'm wondering is, are there any doctors from outside of the public school system? Anyone else providing public health information that's outside of the public schools?
Well, the health director for the city of Northampton and the public health nurse are both outside of the schools. Neither of them are physicians. The school physician does consult with that group from time to time, but she's not a regular participant. So she's the only MD that we have in the group.
Okay, I didn't mean to show preference for doctors except for infectious disease specialists.
And I can clarify, the school physician is a pediatrician, not an infectious disease specialist.
Can I just add that, but the Board of Health does have physicians on it.
Yes.
Including epidemiologists, and of course they work with the health director and the nurse. Okay, are you all set, Member Miller? Okay, Member Robbins. You're muted.
Sorry, I have done that. I'm going to speak on behalf of constituents who have contacted me and asked me, so who are these people? Who's making a decision and what's happening? And are not comfortable with that not being something that is a public conversation, happens in these school committee meetings, where we actually, in listing who's on the SHAC committee, very curious to know why we don't have school committee members on it. And I wondered that at the very first time that Dr. Provost brought back the fact that there were weekly meetings that were happening. And I don't know if that was a decision made by the previous term members of the school committee, but I think it's incredibly important for our constituents to have representatives either on that committee or as representatives from this committee as full members who can bring back what would be big policy decisions that we should weigh in on, that in fact impact decisions that we know there will be some feedback from constituents that they have strong opinions about, that we're already quite aware of, and that we're also thinking forward, as Dr. Provost or somebody earlier had mentioned, that this isn't going to be our last rodeo on this. We really need to be thinking forward to plan B, C, D in terms of how we're going to strategize for the future, which is going to require possibly budgetary money and time and allocation of other resources. And I'm very surprised that we don't have representation, and I'm really going to push hard to say that constituents deserve that kind of transparency. And I think there's a lot of ways to make that happen. We could either take it on as a school committee as a whole, or we could say we're going to have full membership in a committee that exists currently, whose responsibility is to come back to us when there are issues we need to be apprised of. Thank you.
Member Gazy. You're muted.
Actually, the last two speakers have pretty much gotten my points. I was going to suggest that at least we have a member of the school committee in on those SHAC meetings. I don't know how you balance then, you know, it seems to be a very fast moving thing. So I think you have to have flexibility in there. We're sort of notoriously slow about deliberating on the most important things. I mean, not slow, bad slow, but we think about things and have lots of questions. So if we have a person on the SHAC committee, would they have to come back and get approval from the school committee for anything, or are there different levels of decisions that are made? Meeting once a week is a big commitment for, I don't know, for people who are on the negotiating and special ed liaison. But those were my questions.
Okay, thank you. Member Agnes, not spoken.
Hi, I find it very compelling that what you've described, Member Stein, about the fact that we stand out in that we are the only district that doesn't have these responsibilities. And I don't know whether we're just so enlightened to think that we can't do that and we need the time and can't spend that time. But I do agree with what has been said, that there needs to be some connection with our school committee around the issues of the health of our students in Northampton, especially as somebody said, this is our last rodeo. This is going to be ongoing, and there will be continued costs, and as well as our constituents are going to be asking us continually about what our decisions are and what they're based on. So I don't know if you would entertain some kind of friendly amendment around making the connection with the SHAC more formal, so that 1 to 2 members become part of SHAC or visit SHAC, or at least have some way of meeting on a regular basis and then perhaps reporting back to school committee about what is going on. Because I just really do feel that this would be a responsibility that we should try to figure out some way of having.
Okay. Member Davis, I don't think you've spoken yet.
This is I'm trying to formulate the full idea. I guess one of the main things that I keep hearing, because as Member Agna had just said, this kind of compelling, depending on who's talking, I'm like, well, that makes sense. That's very interesting. And I just keep feeling like, you know, there's got to be a happy medium. I mean, I think that the science, following the science, as Member Levy said, is, you know, that's what it's all about. I think that the fast moving train piece and the meeting every week, you know, that's how you keep up with things. You know, that's how science keeps up with things. But demonstrating to the community that, and being able to answer in a fluid way to our constituents of what's happening. Maybe I just don't know yet how often those reports come in from SHAC. Do you know what I mean? Like, will we get updates? You know, if if those reports came back from Dr. Provost or Shaq, in what form, that we have that information ready for our constituents, instead of like the person that's in person at the meeting. Perhaps that's suitable. Do you know what I mean? If somebody from the school committee can't be, actually a part of it, how is that information delivered to us in a way that makes us able to answer questions and clarify things for folks in the community? That's what I just want to say.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so going back to Member Stein and then Member Levy.
Yeah, I just want to sort of address some of the really great points that have been brought up. The first thing I want to say is that adopting this motion wouldn't require the school committee to be acting quickly on matters of concern that need to be decided very, immediately. All of those things tend to fall under the heading of operational day-to-day things, right? What we're talking about here is policies, and there's never really an emergency policy that requires a group to get together in a short amount of time. The other thing I want to say is that, in talking to the Board of Health about this, it's kind of awkward. Like the way they approached the situation in the city was to say, okay, during the state of emergency, we're empowering the Director of Public Health to make all sort of policy decisions for us. And we've written up a legal document, and when the state of emergency lifts, that comes back to us. And recently they were asked to delegate it again, and they said, why? What do you need it for? And there was no answer. So they said, no, we still make policy, which is why we just had a hearing on whether or not to have a vaccine mandate in our restaurants, right? And that's a public hearing that the Board of Health has around an issue of policy, and they weigh many different things, and the public gets to understand what they're thinking, and then a decision is made. And it was kind of awkward in December when the Board of Health asked the school committee what their opinion was on whether or not there should be a vaccine mandate in schools. And the question came over and it ended up on the school committee agenda, but the school committee had no authority to actually talk about it. So instead, what happened is Shaq debated it in a black box, and then the superintendent presented Shaq's decision. And what's not discussed in there is all of the other concerns that are not health, right? It's what's our liability, since the state is the only entity that can require vaccines. Are we going to get sued? How much risk are we taking on? Are we willing to take on that risk? Right? Like there's a million things about this that are not dictated by the science. The science is vitally important, but it doesn't just like, you can't just say, oh, the science, follow the science. It's, well, we could follow the science, but there's all these other concerns that we need to weigh as well. And right now, where all that is happening is in this committee that no one knew who the membership was until tonight, didn't know when they met, and has no sort of access to, right? So from my perspective, it's not enough. I think we need to have that policy-making decision again. And that doesn't mean we decide on everything. We certainly do not want to be involved in deciding about, what area students line up in to get their nose swabbed who are involved in pooled testing, or what day of the week we're going to have the vendor do that. That's not what we're talking about. That's clearly operational. What we're talking about is policy issues. So, it's totally unclear to me what things were weighed in the conversation with Shaq around going to the new testing model or adopting the new quarantine standards from DESI. Like it took me about 50 emails to find out that now that we've got the new quarantine standards from DESI, even though the guidance had been, you can quarantine for 5 days and you got to wear a tight fitting mask, every kid in that last 6 to 10 days is eating unmasked just 3 feet away. Like that's not known because we don't talk about it. There's no space to talk about it. Or, we have this new designation of, well, we're not doing contact tracing anymore, which is sort of a confession that our schools are so overwhelmed and the state got rid of their own contact tracing support, which the science would say, well, if you've lost that mitigation measure, maybe it's not safe to have kids in school. But that's like, we can't do that because the state says this, so we got to do this other thing. The point being to all of this is that there are many factors that the science doesn't solve. And it's totally unclear to me what it means when we say we're doing severe contact tracing, right? Before it was contact tracing is if you're in proximity, 3 feet within 15, up to 15 minutes and 24 hours, you're a close contact. Now we've done away with that. We've got some new thing, but no one knows what it means. And there's been no deliberation on what that shift requires. And those are policy decisions. It was a choice to move from this policy to that policy. And the venue to talk about this stuff and for the public to understand it is the school committee. And that's what happens like everywhere else. So I just find it odd that we want to just give this away. I'm fully in support of Member Agnes' friendly amendment to integrate SHAC into this. I would love that. And I would love more advice from experts that can help us. But I think on the rare occasion when policy questions come up, we're the venue to hear them and to decide them.
Member Levy.
Thanks. I'd actually like to make a motion. My understanding is that the motion on the floor was to discuss this. So I'd like to make a motion for us to vote. Before I do though, I want, okay, I'll make the motion and then I'm going to ask clarification from the superintendent. My motion is that we nominate 2 members of the school committee to be on the SHAC, to then report back to the school committee on a regular basis, as well as to be the point people for members of the public who have COVID-related questions. My question to the superintendent is, my understanding is that the school committee is still in the position to make decisions around policy, and that policy decisions have come to the school committee around COVID. There were particular reasons around our not having that one conversation around a vaccine mandate that were, I think, around the logistics of getting things onto the agenda, if I remember correctly, but I don't want to go into the weeds. I just want to hear from the superintendent. Am I correct that the school committee is still making major policy decisions, but we did, in the event of emergency, authorize you, superintendent, to make day-to-day decisions around COVID?
You're correct. And actually the vote where this decision-making authority was affirmatively delegated to the SHAC was followed immediately by a vote in which the school committee made a policy about masking in the schools. So for me, I think that the distinction is really quite clear. If the school committee wants to make a policy about a health-related decision, it does so by putting an agenda item forth and voting on it. A lot of what is being discussed as policy is really not policy in the technical sense of the term. A lot of what is policy is reacting to opportunities that are available at the state to get resources, coming into compliance with new regulations that are coming down or recommendations that are coming from the Department of Public Health or the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. And a lot of it does get to the issue of nimbleness that one of the other members brought up. For example, the testing program for staff and students to take home. Superintendents were given a 15-minute notice of a call that was coming up to announce the program, and we were given 2 days to make a decision about whether or not to enroll our communities. So that was also a part of the rationale for putting these decisions into a group that wasn't bound by open meeting law, that didn't have to do the posting requirements, et cetera. You know, one of the things that I think would be helpful in sort of clearing up this muddiness is by saying, if the school committee wants to create a policy that impacts health, they still have the ability to do that through their monthly meetings. That's never changed. That has never changed. All that's happened is they've set up a structure for decisions to be made on a day-to-day basis involving the operational pieces. Now it becomes cloudy because the distinction between operations and policy sometimes can be unclear. But for me, the way to make that clear is to say, you have a policy when the school committee has voted for a policy. When you don't, then you're operating in the realm of day-to-day operations.
Thanks. So I guess want to clarify in my motion that the school committee is still empowered to make, and this isn't a part of the motion, it's just a clarification that the school committee is still empowered to make policy decisions around COVID. But my motion is to add folks to the shack.
Specifically to add 2 school committee members to the shack.
To add 2 school committee members to the shack whose responsibility would also be to report back to this body to keep us informed, and that they can also serve as point people for the public who have COVID related questions.
I have not heard a second.
I second it.
So motions have been made and seconded by member Agna. So we've now this is the motion that's on the floor. So any discussion is to this motion. So member Robbins to the motion on the floor.
Yes, and I totally approve the motion and I'm in favor of it, but I still want to reserve the right that the members of the shack committee would be members. So they would be discussion members. They would be helping to craft responses to what we need to do. They would become informed about what those discussions were. We would expect to have regular reports back because at this point, I don't even know if there are minutes from shack or something that the public can check in with and know what the discussion or the agenda was. But we also reserve the right, and we might have to talk about this more at some other time because we have said school committee can make policy about health. But I do want to ensure that I was a little disturbed by some of the recent stuff that came down from DESE that did Superintendent Provost did feel he had to respond to very quickly, where they gave us something, but they took away something. And to me, that was a policy decision that we did not have an opportunity to weigh in on. And I very much missed that. And I've heard from constituents that they were quite upset with that as well. And I had no response. So where there's immediate action that needs to be taken because we are receiving something, which I know teachers were very welcome to get, or, will be welcome to get the masks and to get test kits. I want to ensure that it's not something where we're also saying, if you give it to us, we're going to give this back, that we're making decisions that really best serve our community and that we're part of that process and we're not handing that back. Thank you.
Member Goldman.
Thank you. Superintendent Provost, could you speak briefly to what you think might be the impact of having a couple of school committee members, or what you think would be the impact for SHAC and for the district if we were to pass this and put a couple of us on the SHAC? And also, I know Lisa Saffron's on the call also. I don't know if that's helpful.
So I will defer to her on whether she wants to speak. She's obviously a very important member. Chris McHugh is on the call as well, and she also is another member. So I would, if the chair would recognize them if they wish to speak, I would want to make that opportunity as well. I would just say I'm not going to make any representations about what might happen because we've been down this road before, right? When COVID first hit, there was something called the JLMC that did include a member of the school committee who met on a weekly basis, much like the SHAC. I remember that member tearfully coming before the group in a public meeting saying it doesn't work. This isn't the type of situation where we're able to be effective as elected officials. It really needs to be something that's done in a different format, which is really what was the creation of the SHAC. And maybe that there are issues around transparency related to that, which I'm hearing now. But the resolution to go back to essentially the old model may bring up some of those old problems once again. And the other thing that I cannot speak for is the health department and what they may feel about their participation in this under a new model. Like I said, I do know there are other members of the SHAC if they wanted to talk on that point. That's all I can say. I can't really represent.
Thank you. I am happy to recognize either Lisa Saffron or Kristen McHugh if you would like to share with us. I'm not seeing an indication that they wish to, but if you change your mind, just raise your hand and I'll be happy to recognize you. Okay, anyone who has not yet spoken, perhaps everyone has. Member Stein, do you have last thoughts?
Yeah, just on this, I would be in support of that motion. I still think the trouble we have is understanding what a policy is and what an operational thing is. And I do think, as Member Robbins pointed out, when we're being offered a trade-off between this or that, and the trade-off is trading one mitigation strategy that we've put in place and heralded to the public as being essential to keeping their kids safe, and we make a change on it, that's something that needs to be made and deliberated in public, because it's a policy change. And the school committee is the place to do it. And, we did have time. There was this pressure to sign up, but it wasn't the only moment to sign up. We could have waited to sign up. And as I understood, the concern was that the public perception if we didn't sign up might be bad. And so, I mean, for me, that's just not how one needs to make a policy decision about these things. And, not everything comes before this committee. Not everything is a policy. But the way it's worked in the past is those decisions have been made by the agenda setting committee. So even if one wants to put one of these things or question if one of these things is a policy or operational, a member, you can't really get it through. So it's not as easy as saying, oh, I want this to be on the agenda as a policy. I still think it's important that we pass the motion that I brought, or rather the resolution that I shared with you all, that clarifies that we are the ones that make COVID policy decisions. Whether or not SHAC brings us recommendations and members are on it and all sorts of people weigh in, I'm happy for that. But we need to be clear that we're the ones that make policy decisions, just like we're the ones that make policy decisions about all sorts of stuff. We're going to revise all sorts of policies through our policy subcommittee. Many were rewritten last year. I didn't hear any complaints that there was no expertise to do that, or we were way out of bounds. And obviously those have direct effects on the ground in our buildings every day. And this is no different. So I would just urge, however this current motion gets voted on, I would urge the committee to also support the amendment that I shared, which I can make a motion to pass separately after this is resolved. Thanks.
Thank you. That actually leads me to ask Annie, so what if we did not remove a motion, is perhaps Member Levy's motion should not have been made until Member Stein's. Member Miller seems to be in the waiting room.
I just let her in.
Okay.
If I may,
Please.
the motion that Member Stein had made when he first, introduced this was a motion to discuss.
Yes, correct. Got it. Thank you. Thank you. I think I'm at like hour 13.
Yep. No worries.
So the motion on the floor is the motion that Member Levy made, which is to have 2 members of the school committee be part of the SHAC. Did I capture everything, Member Levy?
Yes, and that they would report back to this group.
And that they would report back to the full school committee. Dr. Provost, any last thoughts? This is your right to weigh in.
Sure. I'll just say, whatever the future of the group is, I did share this when we had our meeting yesterday. I've been very grateful for the support that the SHAC has provided us through this time. I think that, we have been able to create a structure that has provided us with the opportunity to make really good decisions on behalf of the students of our district. It's a structure that we've been talking a lot about things that comparisons to other districts. It's a structure that I'm not aware of exists in any other district. And I hope that the work they do is able to continue in some format, regardless of the vote.
Okay, thank you. All right, if there's no further discussion, roll call, please, Annie.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
I need to, can I hear the yes and no vote again? What we're voting, if we vote yes, it's for,
motion that we nominate 2 members of the school committee to be on the shack to report back to the school committee on a regular basis, as well as to be the point people to members of the public who have COVID-related decision questions.
yes.
Mayor Scarra,
Yes.
Member Robbins,
Member Robbins, you're muted.
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Oh, dear.
She was having trouble with her internet.
oh, yeah, I don't see her.
I don't
Okay, we'll skip Member Miller. Member Goldman?
Yes,
Member Miller's here.
Oh,
Yeah.
she's
Can you
here.
hear
Okay.
me?
Thank you. Yes, I heard you. Thank you. Member Goldman?
Yes.
Okay. It's unanimous.
I think Member Miller might need to be made a co-host again, just so she can unmute herself on her own.
Actually, member Seraphy Cox, I think, is also not a co-host.
Okay, hold on. Okay, remedied.
Okay,
Okay, that's the final vote. It's unanimous.
great. Thank you. Okay. So moving, sorry, Member Goldman. Why does it say playing music? You're muted. No? Member Stein?
Yes, I just wanted to make a motion for the resolution that I circulated to be voted on. And lastly, say that if this is the case that we already have this power, voting on to affirm it has no consequence. So I'd encourage you all to reaffirm it since there is some question here. But I can read it again. It was in the packets. The first part of it was sort of just in a way undone. The first part is revocation of the delegated authority the previous school committee ceded to the superintendent and SHAC. The second part is affirmation that the school committee is responsible for setting policy for the district, including all COVID policy that's not superseded by the authority of state or federal law. So basically just says, we're the ones that set policy in this area. Except where we can't, like busing, we can't say you can't have masks on bus, stuff like that. So I'd make a motion to vote to approve that.
Second.
Motions made by Member Stein, seconded by Member Robbins. Discussion? Member Stein? Member Stein?
Oh, I'm sorry, it was the leftover hand.
Okay, sorry. The Member Robbins?
So a clarification for this is, I think we have said that the school committee has the authority to make policy decisions. And what I heard people say before was that hasn't changed with COVID. But it does feel as though the clarification for Member Stein's proposal is that, in fact, there have been instances where we have actually not done that. So I feel as though having this motion made is just reaffirming that we already have a policy that says that we can do this, and that when there's an issue of policy that arises from our representatives reporting to us from SHAC that they feel really needs school committee input, that we're authorizing them to bring that to us, and respecting the fact that the committee is going to be thinking forward and thinking positively and doing the best work, but we will have that communication with them where that situation arises. That is not operational day to day, but really impacts the broader health issues of the kids.
Member Agna?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, I'm confused because I I hear that we do have the authority or over policy, but then Member Stein's first part of his motion has to do with the fact that the school committee did cede its authority to do this. So I don't know if we're having to override something that was ceded, or we always had it in the first place, so it wasn't ceded. So if you understand what I mean, I would love some clarification on that.
I mean, it was a really odd thing, right? Because the last committee made these votes to delegate authority, but then would selectively say, no, actually, we still do this. But then there was things made that they didn't want to talk about. So then they never came to the floor, right? It was very weird. So the poor member Kaufman would endlessly be like, I thought we decided this. I thought we were making none of these decisions. And then at the 11th hour, someone would say, but actually, I want to change the mask policy. And they say, no, we said we're not going to do this, right? But the majority of the time in the second half of the term, all of the policy decisions were given, and there was this ambiguous understanding that that's what they had decided, but very unclear. So I'm trying to make a clean break. So I don't know if we should change that language in the first part or what, but like, I think it's muddy and I think it hasn't made sense. And I think it is ambiguous. So that's sort of why I'm bringing the question to us. That doesn't really help, right? Because it's like, do we or don't we? And it's like, if we did, the school committee would have heard the thing about vaccinations in school. They would have heard the thing about masks extended outdoors at the playground. They would have heard all these other questions that Shaq was weighing in on that were policy questions, but they didn't, with the understanding that they had delegated that authority. In some other realm, they may have thought they still had some authority, but in practice, that's not how it remotely played out, from my observation.
Member Davis?
I guess I want to say two things. I keep remembering what Dr. Provost said is we still can make we still can make policy. So that's what I'm hearing. So I'm wondering, it feels like perhaps, is it redundant to adopt a policy that says we make policy when we can? That's what it feels like to me right this minute. And especially if maybe if we have school committee people on Shaq, if it goes forth. And second of all, I know that I maybe don't have all the details on this, but the rollout both of COVID on the planet is not organized or tidy. We're building the plane while it's in the air for 2 years. That's how it feels to me as a human and as a school teacher myself. And second of all, DESE hasn't been very organized and tidy with everybody. So these decisions, I don't believe are the fault necessarily at all of schools and towns and school committees if there's some disorganized looking running around when they just get information. So there's been a lot of disorganization that is not something that we could have controlled. I guess that's what it feels like. Some of those things, at least, anyway. But back to the first thing is that I feel like, well, we can make those policy decisions. It sounds like to me. That's what I'm hearing.
Are there members who have not yet spoken? Member Robbins?
Thank you. And I just want to clarify, I appreciate very much what Member Davis just said, and that I do think it's a clarification, and maybe the rewording of the motion or rethinking of the motion is to say that should Shaq representatives from the school committee feel that there is an issue that would be a policy decision made by the school committee, or should be made by the school committee or heard by the school committee, that we have an understanding that that will come to the school committee before that policy decision is made in the best of circumstances.
Is that a friendly amendment?
Yeah, I guess so.
I'd like to accept it.
Okay. Can you word it though?
Yeah,
Stick
I'll
it
pull,
there?
I don't know if I should screen share, but I could pull up the text and put in what you said, and so people can see what it is. Let me try to do that. I'm not that savvy. Hold on. 1 second, please. Okay, screen share. It's not it. Here we go. So this is just what I shared with you. That's not part of the motion, right? This is just sort of the context. So I'll take that out. And I'm thinking here, Member Robbins is where we would put that. So since we've just passed this other thing that puts members on SHAC, we would say, sorry, you said it really well, and now I can't repeat it.
That our SHAC school committee representatives are entrusted to identify issues of policy and bring them back to the whole school committee for discussion.
And what was the word?
I said entrusted.
Entrusted, thank you.
I like trust.
To identify and bring back issues of policy for the school committee to vote on, or for the school committee to deliberate, or I don't know.
Consideration for the school committee's
Oh, good
consideration.
one.
Yeah, that's good. The SHAC school committee members are entrusted to identify and bring back issues of policy for the school committee's consideration. That's got it, Member Robbins?
I like it.
Okay. And then this just reaffirms what may or may not be the case. So if it's not the case in practice, it's reaffirming it. If it is the case in theory, it's just reaffirming it.
I can't see people very well. Well, this is up. Oh, Member Goldman.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that this does not revoke the superintendent's authority to make decisions in the day-to-day operations for COVID and COVID policies.
COVID policy, yes. COVID day-to-day operations, no. And so what I understand Member Robbins' thing is saying, all right, well, the mechanism we're entrusting to identify the things which we would consider policy are the members that are on the SHAC, right? So that's sort of, because most of the time this might be clear, but there will be times where it's debatable, right? But we would rely on those members to identify and bring back the issues of policy. But it maintains the consistent division of operation and policy that we have for everything. It definitely does not wade into day-to-day operations. It could be arguments about what's policy and what's day-to-day, but they're going to be rare.
And important. I think that the committee put in place this like emergency piece for a reason.
But just to give you an example too, that might help. One school committee or one superintendent I spoke to this week said, we passed the recent test change as an operational thing, but considering we had more time to make the decision, it really is kind of a policy thing. And our superintendent's on communication with us, he sort of indicated his view that it would be a policy question, so that depending the outcome of this type of vote, it would be something that would come to the school committee, because otherwise he would just make it regardless. So sort of coming to us and saying, like, I understand there's this question, and if your authority is restored, then I wouldn't be making this, but if it is, you would be making it, is another way to say, like, well, like, it looks like it could be, it's policy. So like in something like that, that's a policy. I don't know. You can argue it both ways. I see it as a policy change because we're changing policies around our mitigation strategy. We're trading X for Y, and we're making a choice. That's a policy. That's not like it's different than, are we going to serve milk or orange juice in the cafeteria? That's not a policy.
I cannot see the committee, so can you stop screen sharing? And just a reminder that members need to be recognized at the floor. Any further discussion? Superintendent Provost, would you like to weigh in?
I just think that the last example makes it abundantly clear how complicated the issue can be. And so then, the question becomes, what do you do? I mean, maybe this would be helpful. Is the direction here that if a decision needs to be made, it will be made, and then the school committee will, through its membership, have the ability to reverse that decision when they meet, or affirm the decision when they meet? Because there will be times, as Member Stein points out, when it's unclear whether what's happening is a procedure, whether it's operational, or whether it's policy.
Okay, seeing no further comment, roll call, please, Annie.
Member Davis.
You're muted, member.
Can I ask again, are we voting on what was just typed on the screen?
Yeah, that was a friendly amendment that was accepted by Member Stein.
Yes.
Mayor Scara.
No.
Member Robbins.
Yes.
Member Gazy.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
No.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
So just want to say that I was supporting it until that last piece that Member Goldman brought up. So I'm going to vote no.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
No.
And Member Agna.
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 4 opposed.
Okay, thank you. Next, we are up to D, which is a vote to ratify the school building visitor MOA. Member Seraphy Cox, do you have a motion?
Yes, I would make a motion to ratify the school building visitor MOA.
Second.
Motion made by Member Seraphy Cox, seconded by Member Levy. Any discussion?
The only thing I would add is this was previously ratified in executive session.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, roll call, please.
Mayor Sierra,
Yes.
Member Robbins,
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
and Member Davis.
Yes.
Okay, that has been ratified, and we're up to E, vote to update the digital literacy and computer science coordinator job description. Is there a motion to approve the updated description?
Motion to approve.
Motion's made by Member Gazy, seconded by
Dave,
Member
a
Davis.
second. Yeah.
Superintendent Provost?
This is a very modest change that we're really only changing a word and a phrase in it. So the change of the title will go from digital literacy and computer science coordinator to director. And in the essential job functions supporting the global STEM initiative will be replaced by supporting the IT innovations pathway. Our IT innovation pathway has really blossomed at the high school. And at the same time, mainly due to COVID, the ability to work globally has really kind of been shut down. So it's just reflecting a shift in that job focus, as well as really recognizing it as a director, because the person supervises the digital literacy and computer science staff throughout the district.
Member Levy?
Just a point that we had made, we had made a decision to include diversity, equity, and inclusion language in job descriptions, and I'm not seeing that in this job description. I'm wondering if that can be added. We can vote to approve upon adding that language.
Absolutely.
Any other discussion? Is there set language that gets added? Okay. And so Annie, you know that. Okay, great. Okay, seeing no further discussion, roll call please on approving this with that additional language.
Member Robbins,
Member Robbins?
Yes. Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
and Mayor Sierra.
Yes. Okay, that passes. Next is F, vote to support Senate Bill 361, an act establishing a special commission to reimagine school assessment and accountability, and to direct legislative liaison to send a letter of support for this legislation to Northampton's representatives in the state legislature. Member Levy, is there a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to give some, I'm going to make a motion, and then actually this is a little complicated. It's a little more complicated than I had initially thought. I know that we need a motion. So my motion is, I'm going to give some background information, and my motion is that we vote to direct the legislative liaison, which is me, to send a letter of support for one of the bills that I'm going to tell you about to Northampton's representatives in the state legislature.
Looking for a second.
Second.
Motion's been seconded by Member Seraphy Cox. Member Levy?
Thanks. So the bill on the agenda, or it's on our agenda to discuss Senate Bill 361, which is a bill sponsored by Jason Lewis, and it's aimed to create a special commission on the student, school, and district evaluation system, assessment instruments, and requirements regarding state intervention in underperforming schools and school districts. In addition to other things, it would consider assessments other than conventional methods, i.e. MCAS, including projects and portfolios to measure student performance. You can read the full text of that bill in our folder. Today, though, I learned of a second bill sponsored by Joe Comerford, Senate Bill 293. This bill is very similar to Bill 361, which was on the agenda, but there are two major differences. Senate Bill 293 goes even further to end the high stakes nature of MCAS by decoupling it from graduation requirements. It also calls for the participation of educators and school committees in a task force on assessment. I was going to put the full text of the bill in the chat, but I'm not sure I have the ability to do that. So if you Google Massachusetts Senate Bill 293, you can see the full text, but those are really the main differences. I think there's a role for us as a committee in discussing the role we think MCAS should or should not play, and in asking the chair of the education committee to report favorably on one or both of these bills as they're moved out of committee and hopefully to the floor of the State House and Senate. If it were earlier in the evening, I would have asked that we discuss our stance as a committee on the role of MCAS, what we think it should play in assessing our students and our schools. And given the late nature and that could be potentially a sizable discussion, I think maybe that's a conversation for another time. But at this point, simply want to put both of these bills in front of you. I think there's the opportunity for us to sort of support both of them. In talking to Senator Comfort, it sounds like Senator Lewis's bill is potentially more likely to get put through, but we could certainly make it well known to folks, to our representatives, that we very much support Senator Comerford's bill and what she has inserted. The last thing I'll add is she sent me this fascinating map that I think is really telling of, turns out there are only 11 states in the country that tie standardized testing to graduation requirements. Massachusetts is one of those. So I'll leave it there and open it up to discussion.
Member Agna.
I also had a conversation with Joe Comerford today, and I agree wholeheartedly with Member Levy that we support both bills. And as Joe said, it's possible that the other one will get the passage because of the role of Jason as an education chair. But I do think that the two differences are really critical for us to consider and to hold. And I would like to suggest that if I'm planning a retreat around norms, that we also include in our retreat a real substantive discussion about our thoughts about MCAS and the role of high stakes testing generally. And I would put that out there, whether that's something we have to decide on tonight. And I agree with you, Member Levy, that it is a little late to have any kind of conversation like that now, but I hope that we can have that conversation as a school committee for Northampton.
Thank you, Member Robbins.
And I support 1,000% both presentations on this, and having Representative Levy write a really strong opinion letter for us, because this is something that we have heard from constituents for a very long time, that they are looking for change, that there's really no reason for Massachusetts to be among, I think it's only 10 at this point, states that require MCAS for graduation. And that we know as a intelligent community that there are lots more really practical and wonderful and authentic ways to assess if our kids have learned what we would like them to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. Seeing none. Member Levy, would you like to reiterate your motion?
can't really remember what I said because it's not what I initially intended. I think it's that we vote to direct the legislative liaison to send a letter of support for both of these bills to Northampton's representatives in the state legislature. And I would absolutely, not part of the language of the motion, but I would absolutely emphasize what members Agna and Robbins have articulated in terms of our strong desire to see progress here.
Okay, thank you. No further comments from anybody? Okay, roll call. Please, Annie.
Member Gazy,
Wholeheartedly, yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Absolutely, yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agna,
1,000 times yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Sierra,
Yes.
and Member Robbins.
Enthusiastically, yes.
Okay, that is definitely a yes, and that goes forward. So that brings us to just announcing the future business and meeting dates. These will all be held via Zoom. This is the joint City Council School Committee and Smith Folk Trustee budget meeting, budget projection. That's going to be Tuesday, February 1st at 7 p.m. Negotiating Subcommittee Wednesday, February 9th at 5 p.m. Student Advisory Committee Thursday, February 10th at 6 p.m. Student School Committee meeting, full school committee meeting Thursday, February 10th, 6:30 p.m. School Committee budget meeting Thursday, February 24th at 6:30.
That date is actually wrong. I apologize. It's
Is that
actually
what I'm reading your hand?
Monday, the 28th. We moved that to Monday, the 28th, which we just approved the calendar for that. So,
Okay, so that's the budget meeting.
yeah,
It's Monday, February 28th at 6:30 p.m. Yes?
right. That's right.
Okay. Member Levy?
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify. I wasn't sure if we had decided in our executive session that we would be meeting, that we would be holding an additional executive session on February 1st. Did we decide that we were going to be doing that or that we are not going to be doing that?
I think not. Am I correct?
When are we going to talk before February 9th?
I thought it was a yes. I thought
it was a
there's gonna
yes,
be an
too.
executive session to receive some information and make some decisions.
Okay, so that will be at what time?
Can I propose that it be after the budget meeting, just so that the other members know the budget meeting is typically not a long one like these ones?
I think it's scheduled for 2 hours. It's really a presentation and then questions or comments.
I would imagine that would be easier for you, Gina Louise, to
I was
do it
gonna,
after rather than before.
I was going to say that I could not promise I could make it before. I'm not sure I'm thrilled about making it after, but yes.
Right. I will post that tomorrow because tomorrow's the last minute we can post that.
That is absolutely true. Okay, so that will be after, so I think it's slated for 2 hours, is that right? Does anyone have it in front of them? So so if we post it for 9 p.m. and we end sooner, we won't be able to start before 9 p.m.
Can we post it for earlier? 8:15?
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm
Right.
happy to post it. I'm sorry. What's the time I should post it for?
I feel like someone mumbled 8:15. Did I hear that?
Okay.
Okay.
Can you set it for 8:15 and then put a little asterisk, or as soon as the joint session ends?
The issue is you can't start it prior to the time,
Right.
but if you set, you can set it, you can start it any time after the time.
Right.
So you just need to make sure you post it early enough that you're not sitting around waiting for the time to show up.
Do you want to do earlier? I got like 60 some odd slides, so I'm not sure much earlier is gonna work. But you can post it for earlier if you'd like.
Why don't I post it for 8?
Okay. Member Miller, did you have a question?
Only that, will you be sending this out in writing so that I have it all written down?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
absolutely.
Okay. All right, Member Gazy?
Are you going, I remember back when we were trying to pass one of the budget increases, and now I'm having a memory. Remember when the mayor brought her little dog and pony show around to each of the schools to present, to let them know how bleak the budget was and how little movement there was? That might be a tactic that might be helpful in presenting, in preparing the teachers for the realities of
So,
this.
Member
budget.
Gazy, we are not in executive session. We are just in the regular meeting.
My bad.
Okay, so we have just announced all the future meetings, including an additional one, and there's nothing else on the agenda, so motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Member Goldman, were you the second? Okay, motion's made and seconded. Roll call, please.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Ciara.
Yes.
Member Robbins.
Yes.
And Member Gazy.
Yes.
Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Good night.
Thank you.